Hello, welcome back. I am Ren. I work at UX is Fine, and I almost forgot my own name just then. Things are a bit crazy right now. We're doing a games jam. I just did 3 or 4 hours, did a bit of planning, did a bit of devin. I've got this idea where you go through an office space and you have to find some interactables to open a door to go to a final room. It's just a very small liminal space exploration. And so the first part was setting up the character, which you can see is now done. At first, I started with using the first person template from Unreal, and that got set up pretty quickly. I put a character in over the body. I started walking around and noticed that there was some stuff happening with the first person mesh clipping into the camera when I go up and down ledges, which I realised I'm not actually going to do in this game. So that was a problem that I tried to solve and ended up not needing to solve. And then the next thing that we did was set up some footstep sounds, and we kind of got into a loop with that as well, where I'll jump over to the level that we had. So it's this level here. I ended up getting into another bit of a loop where I wanted to get footsteps in, which I do have now. But at first we were using the Lyra sound events off the animations and just triggering through the animation blueprint a Fizmap based sound. And there was just this cadence that was really weird with it. So I ended up looking into all the different possible reasons why that cadence might be happening. And it ended up like at first I was like, maybe the sounds are cutting, maybe some of the sounds have a bit of a tail or a bit of a start that's bleeding out and making it not sound great. So I looked into the sounds, I looked into the animation. I thought, maybe it just needs to be this distance. So I set up the distance of each sound cue to be a little bit better. I ended up noticing that if I moved diagonally, I didn't get any sounds, whilst that particular, diagonal movement was happening. And so I ended up just being like, I'm going to implement my own animations, so I had to import those. And so overall, we do have our guy in our suit, which sets the scene for this sort of like, it's going to be this sort of retro corridor-based walking sim thing. And we've got this massive camera. It is actually enormous. So we set that up towards the end of the scene, end of the stream. So we do have this reverb volume. I was also looking into this reverb, but it doesn't actually do any reverb. So I got sidetracked by that as well. It would have been cool to have some reverb sounds, but we're not going to get it, so we're just going to move on. And so we started creating this blueprint camera. So let's carry on with that. The idea for this game in general, I'll jump back to the Figma. The idea is you need to dodge these cameras, although I'm not going to tell the player that actually they don't need to dodge the cameras, but we're going to say that they need to dodge the cameras. Nothing actually really occurs if you do that. Although I might do it so that you actually get chased by a drone, but it kind of reveals one of the cool moments. If you trigger this camera at the beginning of the game, you end up just sort of like eliminating one of the discovery moments of the story, which is after you trigger some of these dots, a service drone or a boss drone is going to fly around with a big red dot on its eye. And so the game jam is called Red Dot, and we are building something around that. I've got some sort of basic layout that I'm going to go for, but first I want to get the camera done. And just looking back at this, I realised that what would be really impactful, I suppose, would be you walk down this first corridor and that's your initial hallway for your WASD controls. And I don't really want to overwhelm the player in any way during that first moment of the game. I want them to then turn this corridor, and if they just see a camera like moving across the wall, that is a reveal, but it's not that much of a reveal. What I figure might be quite cool is if this was laid out just slightly differently, in such a way that we maybe have this dot like hitting a wall. So let's say the camera is here and it actually hits this wall. So as you walk down this corridor, you see this red dot come across this wall and back again. And it does rely on the amount of time it takes to walk this corridor though. And of course you can sprint, so that's something to keep in mind. And so we could have the camera here hitting the initial wall, so it's like I can't turn it from a pivot point, but as it turns left and right, like the red dot is on this wall and then it moves over, and so you would sort of look around this corner and be like, oh, there is a camera right there. So maybe I'll just do it like that. And so then we had a entryway here that requires you to interact with something, because I do want to have the player learn that they can press a red, this is going to be a red button on this wall that opens this door, and it will have one red dot above it, and so that is going to what do we say, not breadcrumb, but it's going to educate the player on what they have to do for a portion of the game later where there's 3 red dots above this door. Another thing that I'm thinking as I review this design is that I would like to enter this area and see the door that I now need to open. So after I've done the 1 dot door, I want to basically come through into an area, do a bit of a walk, and then see the new red dot door that I will need to be pressing or opening. So it's kind of foreshadowing is the word I was looking for. I do want to use that as a foreshadowing technique to get the player to understand very quickly, like, oh, I need to find 3 red buttons. And so then they go around the environment, they know what they're looking for, there's very little UI, it's all done through UX. I also need to learn to stop saying So let's get started with a redesign of this. We want to see the door that we're going to need to open. And we kind of want that door to be central to the play space. We want it to sort of be here. But we want to enter in a way that we get to see that door. Let's just redesign this section firstly. Or just move it out of the way. Let's go like that. Oh god, why is that not? Okay, so we have this section of a game. It also has a door. So let's make sure that that's connected to the group. So that's our door where we'll have our 3 dots. We come through some hallway of some description that has a door on it. So this is our other section of our game that we know we're going to have. And now I just need to link these up in a way that's interesting. What I have in mind is that first room where you come up the elevator in that TV series that I cannot remember the name of. It has a room, and from this room, having 2 corridors come off of this, one to the left and one to the right, immediately giving you a sort of choice of where are you going to go next. A little bit of player agency to explore around, and then you do have. So that I know we want. I don't necessarily know if it's going to be. I mean, we could go really far with this and give it an elevator, but we're not going to do that. If I flip this around, And so we come out of our first door where we've done 1 dot, and we immediately see the other 3 red dots, and then we have 2 directions of choices that we can take in terms of a direction to travel. So let's move this over. And then we've got our gameplay space, which I just like, you know, hastily mocked up. Let's get some corridors in here. I'm not a huge fan of... It needs to loop because you're going to get chased by something, so I want you to be able to escape. And so maybe this is good enough. We don't care about perfect. Perfect is the enemy of good. We care about good enough. And of course, this door is going to need to lock once you go through it. I don't want you to be able to go back down this hallway because you'll get trapped. Okay. So yeah, something like this. These are some very long corridors as well. So we might have some sort of unenterable room spaces coming off of these that are just like, yeah, some sort of office ways that you can see. Color this in. Just get these grayed out. This is just inviting me now to create another hallway that goes around here. I am rather concerned about making dead ends, even though dead ends are cool. So maybe my dead ends are so short that you look and you just see the door and you're like, oh yeah, I can't go that way. Because I just don't want you accidentally going down somewhere where you have no way of winning the game because you've been chased down that corridor by the entity that will be chasing you. And so we can take the same layout here and just bring it down. And hopefully we'll be able to do that in our actual level when we put it together. So yeah, we could put little hallways or exits on multiple areas. Yeah, we could do one here. Cool. Okay. And obviously, as I build this out, it's gonna become different anyway. So let's not spend too much time in there. Okay. So it's our camera. We're going to just make it turn, and it's gonna have a light on it. It's gonna hit a wall. I need to adjust my test level a little bit. So let's get rid of the colourful platforms to start with. We want something that we can use as a simple test. And in fact, I should really import my asset pack. I want to find out the... I'm going to need to know the dimensions of the asset pack that I'm going to be using. Now, unfortunately, the asset pack I've chosen actually requires a project rather than just being importable, so I'm going to have to create that project in the background. I was hoping it was just going to be an import, but it is not. so we'll create that project. This just means it comes with some settings, and that may or may not be Lumen based stuff. So while that's doing, let's have a look at the size of this camera. It's absolutely ginormous, so let's shrink that guy down a bit. I should be able to shrink from here, so that's good. It'd be cool if I could see the 0 point, which I think is over here. So that is looking a little bit better. Got an issue here where I didn't have a gizmo for a second. We're just going to raise this up. While that project's downloading, it is quite a large project. I'm just going to make some hallway. I'm just going to pick a size that feels good enough. Based on our design, we had an L-shaped hallway which had a camera that hits. So let's try and reproduce that hallway as our test scene. So first we've got one long section. I need to increase this to 1, I think. I'm going to also move this onto the grid, which is apparently easier said than done. Minus 800, 600. Cool. And then this will be minus 800. Okay, we're going to go with these 3 tile wide. Let's duplicate this. I need to have a snapping of around 50. Okay. So let's create the long hallway. We'll do it from over here. So we'll say that hallway is, if I do this in 3x3s, yeah, let's do this in 3x3s. So 6, 9, 12. That would be nice. Create another one. Comes off in this direction. So yeah, we start to immediately get our nice Lumen vibes, which I'm happy about. Just move this guy out of the way. That just has some sound. Yeah, character start point. We have our project in another... We have our project ready. It's been downloaded. It's camera up against this wall, and so something I've immediately realized about these cameras is they are right off the wall, so they're just... So yeah, you might be walking down this corridor, but it's way too thin. So I'm going to need to move it out by another 2 tiles. At least. And then it will be angled down and it will be looking left and right. So let's hope that that fits the ammo. Now these hallways are super wide. I want to ensure that they feel strange, so I'm going to lift them up a bunch. But yeah, how big does this feel now? Kind of ominous. Or huge would be another word for it. Okay, let's get our camera animating. So I'm going to stick this guy here, jump in. In the event graph, a really nice and easy way to do this is to just create a timeline. Oh, timeline. Okay. Add timeline. Timeline. Add a timeline component. That is new. Add a timeline. Okay, so this is just scan. We'll have a track, float track, alpha. Alpha. That is a game. 3 keys. Three keys? 2 keys? Actually, I'm just thinking now how I want to do this. Because I know I want it to... Maybe I don't use a timeline. Maybe I just use tick. Let's see which one of these turns. I think it's this one that turns. Yeah, cool. And this guy needs to just be angled down a smidge. Let's actually add a spotlight to him before we get there. So we have this spotlight. We want to probably limit that cone, make it red. I don't know how red. Then yeah, so if this was moving, it's not creating the dot very well, so we need to increase some of the variables. Yeah, so that feels a little bit nicer. Again, it does need to obviously face the floor, and it kind of mostly needs to face the floor, actually, because we want it to be turning and spotting you. And we want the player to feel like they have to dodge it. So the issue I have right here is that the area is really small. So I'll increase that cone size. So yeah, this is kind of cool. I wish that arm was a bit smaller. So I might try and do that quickly. I drag one of these into this wall, we'll notice that it is massively in the wall. Just move it over. Hey Fox, how's it going? I may have missed your message when you actually sent it 3 minutes ago, but hello. I wonder if I could bring this back in now to make it feel claustrophobic. I do feel like 3 meters wide is a good number, but this does feel. Let's bring that down. Yeah, this is gonna be cool. I like that. And then we just resize everything again. Let's bring these out. Getting a feel for my space right now. Not trying to take forever with this, but the scaling is going to be in, and you watch when I actually get my assets, it's not going to be possible. But I have a template for what I want it to feel like, and so UI UX designer in SAS. I'll have to find out what that is. SaaS industry. Software services, yeah. Yeah, it's a great question. If you're not already on their LinkedIn, you should definitely go and drop them a message, because I believe a few of the folks that are at UX is Fine are from the same kind of history. So for me, I've always been in the game industry, and that is why I'm now here to do what I do as part of UX is Fine, which is just bring a knowledge of having shipped games and bring a knowledge of engines and systems design for putting toys in players' hands. As it comes to UI and UX, I've done a lot of UI, but and obviously a lot of UX as being a lead designer on certain projects, but I would say for that question in particular, tips for migrating to the gaming industry. Obviously, any transferable skills that you have, just from my thought process, is you want to evidence that in a game engine or in a game setting, and that will get you on your first step, because you want to be able to have pieces that you can say, you know, here is my expertise in the setting of a game. And games jams, like I'm doing right now, are a great way to explore that. Outside of that, I would get in touch with the guys at UX is Fine. Through their LinkedIn is a good one, for sure. We could always do an episode on that as well, where I actually get together with the team and ask them that particular question. Okay, I'm going to animate this. I'm going to animate this guy. Let's get this guy animated. So I'm going to have a variable for min max yaw, and that will be a vector 2D. And the reason it's a vector 2D is because I want to say minus 45, let's say, degrees for the arm to turn. So let's go look at how that looks if I was to rotate the bracket in those degrees. So I might go minus 50/50. That feels like it might be better. It's 50/50. No worries, folks. I hope that we can help you out. So animating this, we'll have it. There's going to be a lot of. There won't be a lot of hallway cameras. There's going to be like sub 20. So I think as long as we are sub 20 cameras, then we don't need to worry too much. We can turn the tick off on all the components at least, and only the actual actor will tick. And so what we'll do is we'll have a variable for moving right, and we'll just flip-flop between that as we reach the two directions. So if we're moving right, we are going to get the relative rotation of this asset, and we are going to interp to a target rotation. I know that this is 0, so I can then split this, break this, and actually select a target yaw for this component based off of this variable. So we'll have X and Y in here. So that's a nice clean way of doing that. And then we will set relative rotation. Do that here, and that'll be delta seconds. And there is an interp speed. We'll use 5 to start. Rotate speed. So we'll do that. And then what I can say is if I break this rotator, and I'll actually copy this reference over here. If this yaw has reached the destination, then we will set tick enabled to false, and then wait for wait time, which I'm going to say is just 2 seconds. I'm not going to add any randomization to that, although we could, but we're not going to do it. And then after that's done, we'll set whether we're moving right to the opposite of itself, and then re-enable tick. And so periodically for 2 seconds, this actor is actually cheaper than it is on average. And so we should be able to compile that and hit play. It moves very fast. It's like, oh, it never goes back the other way. Blueprint language is its own node-based language. Its backend is based, I believe, it's C++, right? So that happens in backend there. C++, it's a VM, virtual machine, so it takes a little bit longer to process than a C-based language, as they are, higher level or lower level, I guess. So it's just a nice, quick, handy, designer-friendly way of writing a game. With Verse coming out in UE 5.6, I'm actually quite excited for that in particular, especially with the AI tools that help code with it. I think Blueprint's not long for this world, so my expertise in Blueprint is also not long for this world. which means I've got some skilling up to do. But I have developed a lot of systems, so I still have that going for me. I've lost my camera, security camera. So something's happening in here. And so I might just say nearly equal. Because I feel like it's tempting to get close to the vector, but then it's never actually reaching it. So I'll say if it's within 1 unit, then we'll stop ticking and we'll wait for 2 seconds. I'm going to put a print in here that just says reached, and then see what happens with that. That's a little bit better now in terms of reliability. It's moving back and forth in the way that I wanted. 2 seconds is a little long, and apparently one speed, what was it, rotate speed is 5. Apparently that's a little too fast, so here I would like him to have seen me. This RInterp2 is not my favorite. Well, in this case, it's a smooth, has a smoothness to it that I don't want. I want this to be very digital. So we're going to go like this, and because we're now moving constantly, we may need to re-increase that variable for the speed. As you can see now, it's probably super slow. Yeah, it is turning. I promise it's turning. Let's go 25. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do is add a trigger for when a player overlaps that view, so that an event can happen, and then we need to design an event that will actually happen upon it seeing you, which is going to be summoning an entity to chase you. The fact that there's one of these in the first hallway probably isn't a great design, although I did want to introduce you to it. But the entity is only going to exist in the outer area, so I should probably not have a camera in the first room. Well, it could be the case that that one breaks, but I don't know. We'll leave it, I think. Let me think about this. So, if it sees you, what happens? In the main game, if it sees you, it summons the entity to run to that position and try and get you. And if you're in this hallway, what happens? Well, it would be a shame to teach the player that nothing happens when the red light touches you. I've just realised these are now all upside down. Can I rotate you, sir? Oh, okay, it rotated itself. Okay. So yeah, for this one, I'm just going to have it pop up with the lost condition, late for work, and then that will teach you not to stand in there. Although it will also teach you that it is the end condition of the game. So do I really want to teach the player the wrong lesson? What I could do is have a button over here that is to disable that camera. We could have it here. Little red dot at the end of the hallway. You press that, it disables that camera. So we might go with something like that. But in order to get it to actually spot the player, we're going to need a cone. That is part of the camera. I'm going to get rid of some of this. Okay. So the reason we're using this cone is because it will have a collision component on it, hopefully. So let's go check out that that actually has a collision component. They've changed the UI a little bit. View. Simple collision. Yeah, okay, cool. So this has a collider on it, which is what we were relying on because we're just going to use it. The way to do this more effectively, because you can see it's rotating from this route. You could do two things. You could open it in the modeling tool and move the pivot, or you could just add a scene component. This does increase the number of scene components in your scene, but oh well. We will put this, we'll actually attach this to the dot. So we have a scene component there. We have a cone that will move such that its end position is where that scene component is, and now we can just extend the scene component once we actually get that lined up. Interesting, that's not working as nicely as it used to. Okay, well that's not working in a way that I'm used to, so I'm going to not do the scene component version. I'm actually going to go and take this cone and put it into our level, and then pop it open in the modeling tools in the top left and move the pivot to the top here. Oh. Edit pivot's right there. Oh, I guess I can't edit the pivot because it's not a duplicate of the original mesh. I need to copy this to my project. No, I needed that. Camera. So I moved it to the wrong folder. Camera. Copy. I call this SM underscore camera cone. Now when we bring this into our scene, we do actually edit that pivot. We go into our, in this case, left view. Move this. Very cool, that's accepted. So now in our perspective view, we can drop that in. See, it's actually under the ground. Cool. In the camera, grab this. We've got camera cone. That's nice. We'll attach that to the dot. So now we can just grow this mesh to represent our range and the visibility radius. So we can just play with this, get it how we like. It has to at least be within that red. Red, right? But that's kind of our view. Make sure that it's long enough as well. Cool. Okay, and then we would also, you know, make this, there's a couple of settings that we need to change. Visible. Yeah, Blender used to be the way, right? And now we can do a lot of these things directly in the engine, which is really nice. I would love to learn Blender anyway. So this cone here, begin overlap. We will cast that to our suited character. What I might actually do is create a function. Let's just like check. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're not going to do that. We are going to do it the way we were doing it. I'm going to get the cone. I'm going to end overlap. This to our character. Then have a custom event. Oops. Custom event. Set follow player. Okay. So from here, we also have the luxury of having an event that changes when we are following the player, and so therefore we could play a sound, we could change an animation, we could make the red light flash, we could do all kinds of things. I kind of want to know what happens. Well, in particular, what happens is we have two branches for the tick. If we're following the player, firstly, we would turn the tick back on if we're following the player. This is false for following the player. I'm going to turn all of this into a function called rotate or scan. Oh, I can't collapse it because there's a wait time in here. That's fine. I'm not going to spend too much time on that. I'm just going to move it down. Okay, I just got a message. Recommended. Spaceballs. Hell yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to wrap this at least in a comment that is the left-right scan behavior. And then at the top we're going to have a rotate to player behavior. And this is going to be hopefully fairly unnerving because it's, as soon as you stand in that volume, it's just going to stare at you, and wherever you move, it's going to follow you. And I guess one of the problems with that is it's going to follow you until you exit its range. Because, and even once you've exited it, oh, I've just realized something. But even once you've exited the range, there is a problem. If you're on a wall on the other side, it's going to see you. So it needs to do a line trace check as well, which we need to check for the duration that you're in there, because you could essentially trigger it, be not line traceable, and then walk around the corner and still be in the volume, never trigger another overlap, but now you are actually visible. Could have a counter. I was trying to avoid UI. ironically, for the company that I'm part of, and trying to do a game that's purely based on diegetic, like UX, I guess. And so could definitely have a counter that increases every time they get spotted by a camera. The game is called like Late to Work, and so you're supposed to avoid the cameras and then get to a certain room without being spotted by the cameras. And if you do get spotted by the cameras, then a sort of supervisor will come and chase you. And then if that supervisor gets hold of you, it's just late for work, and it comes up on screen, and then it's over. That's just like the little mini game loop. Yeah, getting spotted by a camera is going to cause that event. And so for a player, they would be spotted by the camera, hear the sound, not necessarily have any on-screen UI like GTA Star levels or anything like that. But they would hear the kind of background noise of the supervisor coming. And so that supervisor is actually a sci-fi drone. Because that's what I have. It's this guy. Where is he? It's this guy, but slightly color tweaked, and making transformer noises as he comes down the hallways at you. So yeah, I realized before I actually got to the follow player logic that if it's following you, you're not going to be able to exit its view cone, so I need to have a maximum clamp. I guess I could stop it from going beyond the min-max yaw. Maybe plus or minus a few digits. But the main thing I need to do is change this logic. So we're not gonna follow the player there. We're gonna have a function check player sight, and we will just promote. This is just going to be one player. So this is the first player, and then if the player leaves, it's this. We will have to run. We will have to run check player on tick here, which means we can't disable tick at any time because that's just going to lead to issues. So let's not disable tick. That also means we need to actually set this as a timer. Set timer event, custom event. Otherwise, it's just going to reset that delay every single. Actually, no, I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that. I can do. So this is a timer delayed in seconds. Calling it again will be ignored. So it can actually be on the tick. It's just ignored, and then does this. Which then... This will actually be true. Oh no, it won't, because we've flipped it. So this will be false again. So that's fine. And... Yeah, some of the goals I have to just to keep the games jam limited, I guess, is like do everything through sound. Well, the sound might. That doesn't mean the sound needs to be good. Okay, so checking for player sight. As long as the player is valid, I need to ask. I essentially need to do a line trace channel starting from the location, center of the camera, to the actor location of this player. On a trace channel, visibility is good. We don't really need to trace complex. We'll debug it for now as well. If we do get a hit, we'll break a result, and we want to ask if this has a tag. This is cheaper than casting. Let's open up our player quickly. Just give him a tag. Actor tags, just a player. So does this have the tag of player? And if it does, we will set follow player to true. And if there's no hit, it means we're just firing off into the void somehow. And if it's not the player, then we do this. If it is the player, we do this. Here we do a not equals to follow player, and that just allows us to say that this is actually the event happening, and we don't need to do that. So we check player site, we do all this stuff. Cool, that should be pretty simple for a player site function. And at the top, when we are following the player, we want to set the relative rotation. Find look at rotation, relative. Starting transform, I think it's going to be the transform for this component. Hey, doing well, thank you. That's a great name. Doing well, thank you. Brilliant. Okay, so here we're gonna f interp constant. It's gonna be I'm gonna do rotate speed multiplied by 2. I want it to be fast. We'll do delta seconds in here. And I've got a really itchy nose today. Okay, so we're over there. We've got the yaw. Plug that in. That is good, but it's target rotation here. So that's the target rotation. We want to get this get relative rotation. We want to split that and then plug that in. How you doing? Doing well, thank you. How are you doing? How you doing? Is that why you called yourself that name? Because you know that if you jump onto a stream, someone's like, "How are you doing?" Oh, I've already answered your question. I'll ask you a different question. Why are you here? That's brilliant. I got a friend whose name is login error, and his picture is like, it looks like you've had some kind of error. So when you see him on Discord or on Reddit or something, it's just like, oh, login error? What the hell? Target location here. Yeah, well, we're gonna have to use this player here. Actor. Location. Oh yeah, nice. I don't know if you can link in the chat, but you can try it, and then I will happily tangent over to that for a couple of minutes. Yeah. So we also need to set follow player to false in the event that the player leaves the volume, because of course we can't follow the player. And here, if we don't have a player, we can also just safety call. Literally, if you can click the start button and something happens, that's positive. Where I get like a virus. Okay, so we have this game. We hit start. I'm gonna hit this mosquito. MLG. Oh god. I was MLG. Oh, I see. I don't want my arm to get... Oh god. Oh, it's on mouse up. That's so much simpler. If you change the graphics for this to something a lot more line arty, like just get rid of like the sky in the background and just kept it as like line art, you'd have a very good candidate that looks a lot like the browser timeout dino game, whatever it's called, that I want to go and play right now. This one here. So yeah, if you changed your graphics, you'd have one of these already on your hands to some degree. It's not letting me play, which is a shame. But yeah, dude, do that. give it a little simpler vibe. Way cooler. Like presentation is just people eat with their eyes. I keep getting told lately. I just want to play the browser game. Oh, here we go. You have to jump. And it's got a little sound. Boop. Let's see how far I can do this. Where are we at on stream? We're at 101. Oh. Don't text while driving, kids. So... Okay, but now I have a phone call, so also don't do that while driving. The cartooniness, yeah, for a client stuff, for sure. Like if that's what they're asking for, then obviously don't let me tell you what to do. But yeah, if they like the idea, then go with it. But yep, when you've got needs must. Okay, so we've got this follow player logic. Let's go test it. Look at this massive cone of shame. Okay, so I can walk all the way over here and he doesn't see me. Oh, I'm being lifted by the cone of shame. Okay, so that cone obviously doesn't have its collision set up correctly. I like to set it to custom, and then I like to disable everything except pawn, and that means I kind of know what's going to happen. I can also change the physics type to query only because we're only using it for overlaps, and that will now work a little bit better. Sir, is he not quite hitting me? Is he just like, let's see how the line just ends, like just before it hits me. That's hilarious. The next thing to check before I go any further is, do I block visibility on any channels? I do not block visibility on my capsule. My mesh does not block visibility. And so we would just change this to camera, and then that will work a little bit better. Oh, cool. See you later, folks. It was nice having you. Hopefully catch you another time, another stream. Another day, another game. That's not working as well as I'd hoped for the rotation. So let's just get what transform. Get actor transform. Let's see if this is going to do it for us. Oh yeah, he's looking at me already. He's not happy. You can also make him pitch to me as well. I think that would be quite cool. And so we'll recombine this. We'll turn this into a... well, we'll just do a R interp to constant. And we'll... recombine this. We'll put this into current. We will essentially just recombine this and just plug it in. Go delta seconds. Let's see how this feels. He's rolling. He's rolling. I didn't really want the roll. What's the pitch in your... Sir, you have a problem with your pitch. Actually, let's just double check inside the viewport. If I'm gonna have this guy rotate down at me, what value is that? That is roll. That is the R channel. And for whatever reason, I actually want that to be pitch. No, wait. No, I want pitch to be roll. So this find lookout rotation will return me pitch, but it actually wants to apply to the roll. And the pitch I don't want to change, I don't think. That's just a weird one. And it's inverted, of course. So let's fix that. So we just multiply this by -1. Plug that in. Oh wow, you're really unhappy. That's really bizarre. Oh, tilting the bracket. That's not good. I need to tilt the camera. I see what's happening. Okay, so I've had this in a previous project. Undo all this. Let's go back to where we were. Cool. And then you take the camera and we do a similar job like so. Except in this one's case, I think we do actually use the camera, or maybe we use the bracket. And so here we take the relative rotation of the camera. If I go back to the viewport and look at the camera, the roll, again, yeah, it's the roll that I care about. So we go in here, we go in here. I'm going to take the pitch from this one, I think. Music's just suddenly... Let's set the relative rotation of the camera like so. The fact that he keeps turning... Oh, the fact that he keeps turning afterwards is a bit concerning. Well, he turned so much that he looked away, just away from me. He was just like, I don't want to look at you. So I know that the camera's pitch is like 0, 40. I'm interested in what it thinks it needs to be. So we'll just call this pitch is a key, which means that we'll only get one debug for that as we tick. And so let's look at what pitch it thinks it wants to be. Negative. It wants to be negative pitch. Try do a -1 on that. Oop, -1. There we go. Look at that guy now. He's like, I'm looking. I go behind this wall and he should just return. Yeah, cool. And so similarly, oh, he just saw me as soon as I walked under, so that's not good. If I walk behind the wall, he fails. I can do... It's a bit hard to tell, I suppose. But he's rotating even though I'm in it's a failed trace, right? If I go under here, is it just gonna see me? And if I stand right here, cool. That works. With me, I was just like staring at the screen with my like gamer face. Okay. So we have a camera with a red light, but we're not done yet. We need some kind of alert sound, and we need some kind of change in state. I'd say that like this red could maybe be less opaque, and if you stand in it, it's like, oh my god, the whole area just turned red. Or maybe there's attached lights that are local to this camera that turn red when when you get spotted. Yeah, would that be cool? Like the corridor just like turns red, you'd be scared. I think I have some horror stingers that I might go and quickly investigate. Warning, I don't know what that is. Let's add these horror amplifiers anyway because they're, as the name suggests, probably going to enhance the sense of dread in the game. We could also go to like epidemic sound. Epidemic sound. Now, before I go too far and forget, let's jump back to the runner test content. We've got game jams, please. Game jams. Red dot content in there. Have a listen to these in here. It's very Metal Gear Solid. It's really not. What if I lowered the pitch though? Yeah, it's not very horror for me. Look at the waves. We got this. The deep hum. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is randomly place some of these as you walk around the facility. Piano doesn't work for this because piano says house, it says like something else. That's quite nice. What I'll probably do is drag for now, just for vibe tests. It's just I'll drag one of these in and I'll make it a UI sound. But later I kind of want a music manager for this. Okay. Can you stop playing? Is it really just playing that? God, it's just playing it in the viewport. That is horrible. Well, vibe check successful. I'm just going to turn it back off. Don't want to hear that as I'm developing this thing. Okay, we're like 1 hour in. Yeah. And we're finishing off the camera, which if we keep going at an hour at a time, we'll be done in about 7 hours. Which, if I look at the jam, we have 3 days. So there's plenty of time. And we may not finish it on stream, but we're going to stream it for a decent amount of time. It's actually 3 o'clock here, which means I have like an hour of work left. So I might have to talk to my partner and say, hey, I just want to carry on. Let's go Epidemic Sound. I haven't used this before. Endemic Sound? Epidemic Sound? I don't know. I don't know. Is it Epidemic Sound? Someone told me to use Epidemic Sound recently, and I was like, sure, I'll give it a go. We're just going to use freesound.org because I know that one. We just want some like robot sound. We want it Creative Commons. You require information. That noise was annoying. Where is that noise coming from? It just keeps going higher and higher. What's this one? That sounds like R2D2. That's not gonna that doesn't pass the vibe check. Robot step. No. Alert. Let's try alert. You gonna die! I need to make a game with just acapella at some point. That would be hilarious.
Hey, look,
Whoop, whoop, whoop. That would be quite cool. If it pitches down nicely, that could be okay. That could be acceptable. Let's discover together whether that is going to pitch down nicely. Where's pitch? Here. It pitched down terribly. It sounds like Mario. We don't want that. I wanted warp, warp, warp. You know, like those beatboxing guys from YouTube fame. What's the one in Metal Gear Solid called? Maybe I will use that. It's probably got like a particular name. Here I'm just getting alert sound, so. Uh, Alert guitar doesn't work. That doesn't work. That could be fun. That could be fun. Oh, that's creepy. It kind of has that like radar ping sound to it, which actually alludes to the behavior that the enemy is going to have, which is, or what the camera does, which is it alerts the enemy in that game to go to that location. So that is kind of cool. Sorry. I really want to use it, but it just. Oh, I really want to use it. It's quite a cute sound. I don't know if it's going to work. These are all Creative Commons, which is great. I can just import them all and have a play. Okay, so just close all this down. Over here, mass import. I'm gonna import them with their names. I want to import them with their names. I know where I got them from. A underscore one. Okay. What? That didn't work. Why didn't that work? Okay. Okay, we've got a couple of sounds. Let's create a new audio sound cue. SC underscore warning. Let's jump in here, add modulator. Let's add random. No, random. Multiple waves. Let's pitch this right down. Wait. That's a cool ambient sound. At slow speed, that's a cool ambient sound for the actual supervisor. Like just going down the corridors. Noise. I just hear a noise. You can literally just hear. I mean, ironically, I'm working on sound right now, but all I can hear is. All I can hear is. Ooh. All I can hear is ooh. Okay. What was I about to do? I'm gonna modulate this really high. I don't know as much as that is the sound I expect the camera to make. Let's just try something. Okay, so when we are following the player, we play sound location, actor location, and it's that sound that we just made. No, it's not. It's SC warning. SC warning. We don't need to worry about attenuations in this. It's single player. Not for this camera anyway, because you're the one who's going to see it. I would love it to be more like a horn. You're just, it's like error. So let's go back to searching, because vibe is important.
Error.
I like that. I also kind of like that. Oh, that is very similar to what I was looking for.
Error. Error.
Hmm. I like that for when you press the red button and you haven't, or no, the door's just going to be open. So I do like that for like you can't interact with something. I mean, this game assumes that you can hear things in that regard. So really, it should be visual and audible, because otherwise, people who can't hear can't tell what's going on, and I'm not making a game for someone who can't see. So we just need it to be visually represented as well, which means we will play with the brightness of this. Set intensity. I think the intensity that we had was kind of good, but maybe we'll go like 15 and we'll set the default to like 7,500. If it's following the player, it's brighter, and if not, it's back down to 7,500. Change isn't big enough, so let's go bigger. Strange. That doesn't look like it went down far enough. Weird. Yeah, the fact that it doesn't lerp bothers me, but that's okay. Should do lerp. It would be nice to lerp that. So I opened some more sounds. Let's have a look. I like that a lot. That is like the sound I want. It only took 7 attempts to find the one that I wanted. Okay, so where's that sound gone? This in, just let's modulate it a little in here. Cool, I love that. That's awesome. You're like, oh no. Ah. Okay. Oh, what? Yeah, he saw me. Fair enough. Fair dues. Fair dues. Cone. I'm gonna say visible. However, hidden in game, which means I can take a look here. This is a little unforgiving. This is largely unforgiving. I'm actually not even gonna say it's a little unforgiving. It's largely unforgiving. Let's turn it just a little more. It's a little too much. Our rotation angle is a little much. Okay, cool. Squeeze in. Oh wait. Can I just stand here now? See, if I can just stand here now, that is also a problem. Nope, he will see me. But as soon as he starts going, oh, well, he's already seen me now. Ah, put me on my way out. Cool. Yeah, so one thing I don't have on that camera that I do want is like a solid red dot in the middle, because the jam is called red dot. So as one of the primary sources of art, I am going to spend a second to ensure that that center dot is really good. I don't know. Maybe I can't make the center dot really good. Okay, so I think I'm good with the camera. There's some other things that it may need to do later as it pertains to setting off a actually don't need to see that now. Setting off the AI, but we'll get to the AI. Cone, let's just turn it off visibility wise. There we go. Oh, one more thing that I do want is just an electrical tongue. basically this is for when it's turning. I just kind of want it to. Sounds like a phone. That sounds dumb. That makes it some beats, man.
17.
17. Okay, we're gonna go with no. That one. Download this and rename this A_camera hum. Let's get this in our game. Camera hum. We are going to also need audio, sound, not concurrency. Don't need that. We're going to need audio, sound attenuation, ATT_close. That will be 400 to 3600. We'll just go with the default for now. See how that feels. We'll go and duplicate this sound. We'll call it soundcue_camera hum. Open that up. Bring in the camera hum. Plug it in. Cool. And then on the camera, pop that open, and then you just grab the camera hum and just shove it here. See, it's right there, which is lovely. Should have an attenuation range associated to it. Oh, I have set the sound, but I didn't set the attenuation. It's not actually showing me the attenuation of the sound. There's me in here though. That's way too far. That's hysterically far for the sound of a camera to make a sound. That's more like it. So that when I'm in range, I can kind of hear it. For that sound, it does not auto begin play. And it does not need to tick. In fact, let's just double check that we're not ticking anything in here. We don't need to tick anything in there. Okay, SC camera home. We would activate here. And we would deactivate down here. And we would set this, I suppose, to looping. It doesn't, but it's never going to turn for long enough, so. Can't even hear it. So maybe we just have to call play and stop. Might be nice to. No, we'll stop it, but here we'll fade in. I think that'll just sound nicer. I hear you. Yeah. Camera. If you're following the player. Oh, that's if you're following the player. Right. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Right. I want this up here. So this fades it in, and this stops it. It's a little comically loud right now. Can I make it do anything? We don't like that sound. That sounds horrible. Oh, we didn't like that. Apparently there was an error when I left the game. Okay, so I wanted to know what happens if I had enough of these on the wall. How would it look? Because one of the things I want to do in the game is have a room that kind of looks like that. Okay. So let's validate this guy. Convert. He saw me. Ah. What? Let me validate him here. That's so funny. Okay, that's pretty ominous. And then yeah, this failing is dumb because we're in the same tick right here. That's weird. Yeah, that's really strange. What I need to do, so what's happening is he can trace me when he's like slightly to the left, but then as soon as another camera blocks that, you get these weird little moments of issue. None of this needs to collide, which is going to save on some, except for the cone, which is going to save on some stuff. So this is just no collision, no overlaps. Cool. Probably get rid of those line traces as well. Check player site. Don't need this line trace now. But you still had a bit of an issue there. Look at him. E there at the back. Cone. What are you blocking? You're not blocking camera or visibility, that's for sure. And the rest of this stuff is good. Interesting. I wonder what he's getting caught up on. What I could do at minimum is just delay this by 0.5 seconds. And check. Get. I want to know what's causing that, because it's happening quite often. Turn the trace back on, I guess. Hitting that wall there. So it can see me. Yeah. That's interesting. And then it goes back, and then the trace succeeds. Yeah, all very not. Yes. That's crazy. So what we'll do is we'll have to change this to a box trace so that there's like some give for the size of the player, which is going to be 50, and then we will do forward vector. We got a forward vector for the cone. That's an up vector. We can use that. We'll just use the up vector. Fine. That's the orientation. And it's from yeah, it's from there to there on the camera channel. So that should solve that issue because it will no longer be based on just a trace. You'll be able to hide essentially around the corner. It's something terribly wrong. I guess it would be get unit direction vector between these two for the orientation. And maybe this was a little too big. Yeah, so I don't get into a position now where it's like dun, 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 dun. So the problem was the trace was firing as the camera turned. The trace actually like crept around the wall. So that's most of the camera stuff. Next thing I want to do, let's tick off camera. Let's tick off another item on the list. File export as PNG. Cool. I did actually get another crash, did I not? Maybe? I can't remember. For now, let's open up our other project. Because we do have a second project now. Just need to find it. And instead of importing all 3.5 gigabytes of assets, which is just kind of nuts, I'm going to try and be selective. Otherwise, I'll be swimming in assets. So if I'm able to just pick a set amount of them, it keeps me sort of honest with the level of work. So, close down all these sounds. Actually, what sounds did I have ready? I kind of liked that, so we'll grab that. I've got Unreal Engine opening on the other screen for the large environment project. Once that's open, we will take a look and harvest some bits. Whoa! That would be super cool for the ambient sound of the drone. Just boop, boop, boop. Not that. No, not that. Oh. That kind of sounds like you unlocked a door. And we do need one of those. The project is 92% open, so you'll be happy to know that. %96%. the button press sound when we have a button in the game. That'll be the button that opens the door. Okay, project's open. Warning, logged validating assets with the asset validators. Okay. We have an environment. We have some post-it notes. I did want to do some post-it note stuff just to get that vibe of like work. It's a workplace kind of thing. Despite it saying it's loaded, it's not loaded. It's still got loads of stuff to compile. So we'll just wait. This is going to be our desk. I will very likely need to steal the project config settings to get stuff like these reflections working. Do you like these lights? These walls are plain white, no texture by the looks. I can't. Oh, they have some paint texture on them. Alright, what have we got? We've got a big office building. Still finding quite a few textures. This was some of the stuff I wanted, but to make it even more unsettling, it's just like no homely floor, no wooden desk, just like the yeah, these are fancy desks, just these kind of desks. These were the brick walls I was excited about. Then that's a shame. Oh no, these are the ones. It kind of looks like subway wall. Like underground train station kind of wall. I've actually been to a studio that was like this. It was freaking cool. Had like these press this button to change the glass, and the glass would be anyway. Oh, stairs. Stairs to nowhere. Cannot escape. Security unit. Are you working? Cool. Sofa. Don't really need any other stuff. So I'm. This is this the right floor for me? Not sure. It's the only floor I can have that isn't wood, and we're not having wood. We've got this. Oh, that's cool. Reflective floor. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. Oh, that's cool. I like that. I like that. That's great. Let's just start picking things that I want. I'm going to put them in a collection down here. A local collection called Migrate. This and this. Take a fire extinguisher. We will. I don't think we need the wall that has toilets on, but we'll take it. I mean, I'm pretty sure this wall. Yeah. I could texture. I could do it myself through the modeling tools. Basically, is what I'm struggling to say. Well, that is a room. Huh. Okay. Guess that's all the same. Oh. We we basically want all the rooms. Don't know as we want floating blinds that are also curtains. Bin, if it didn't have so much faceted geometry, I might have said yes, but I'm gonna attempt to take only the things that are gonna make it feel it might just be worth. Would it be worth taking the whole project? Then I can have the level open on the side. I've opened this in 5.6. Help. Well, yeah, this is 5.6. Let's have a quick play. Of course, we are. That's awesome. I'm like immediately like, I'm sold. I'm taking this project. It's not the awful like elevator music, and then you'd come out and be like, what obviously I'd like to do is, I guess I'll come out the elevator and then have my first corridor of gameplay. But I can steal some of the stuff. What I'm going to do is to make this a little easier for myself. Is I'm going to go back to the games jam and I'm going to migrate the scene that has my game mode character and the camera in it, the stuff that I've done, and it's just going to migrate that over to this project. Oh, I do need a break soon though. Actually, I might have a break for 5 minutes, like right now. Right after this. Right after I do what I just said I would do. So let's take this folder, migrate this, which will take everything in characters, first person, footsteps, sounds, inputs, levels. Yeah, Sure. Take it all. Pretty much take it all. I'm okay with that. I'm basically just going to throw it into the other big office project so I don't have to worry about the config ionize. Because what will happen otherwise is I'll take all the assets and the reflections won't work and something else won't work and it will just be a pain. So it'd be easier to do it this way around. Let's migrate it all over there. And bada bing, bada boom. Cool. If I now go and open the big office project. If I go to world settings and go red dot, then hit play, would it work? Head mounted display. We don't have a head mounted display here. It's actually a function that doesn't exist anymore yet. They've managed to ship a project, which means that the fab validation process failed me because this project has errors when you open it in 5.6. This isn't my guy. Get rid of that guy. No fizz mats on any of this stuff, so we'll worry about that later. And so imagine this, except it's a lot more unsettling. Stuff like it's missing ambient occlusion in general. I'd expect there to be ambient occlusion around. Some of those surfaces. Beautiful. Does it stay open forever? Is that it now? Is it open forever? Gonna go around and find out. Yeah, it's open forever. That kind of sucks. Okay. Can I go through here? No. Go through here. Welcome to GameCore. Game Corp. Where games make you. This music is. Oh. Oh yeah. Just shuffle into your desks, guys. I just gotta get in there, boss. I just can't get in. This guy loves puffing his chest out. He's like, I'm doing it. I'm the big man about town. This is my favorite part of this demo. That's my face. I'm that guy. Oh, they've got a game room, which is also where we put the stinky lockers. They've got a pool table. You would struggle to play pool in here with that door. It just gets smashed when it opens. It's official. I want to work here. These are tiny. You gotta kneel down to play foosball. That's the back of these? No, it's not. It's three separate things. Oh, my welcoming music ended. That look horrible. That is cool though. It's got mirrors and stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna have a break. I'm gonna go and get some water. I'm gonna guzzle the water. I'm going to come back and obliterate this office space. I'm just gonna pull everything I want like over to the other side of the area and build the map that we want, or at least build modules for the map that we want. It must be the kids' room with how small those tables. Yeah, right. I'm glad you were thinking the same thing I was thinking. Just like Gotta kneel down. Yeah, I mean we're all just big kids making games. This is like the typical joke of this games company here. It's great. Okay, cool. Foot. If you didn't like foot, well, it's a shame because we love foot. I love this. There's just something about these panels that like means nothing. Oh, that's such a much better camera than my camera. I want that camera. Beautiful. Is it in bits? It's in bits. It's not in enough bits though. But I could fix that. Right, yeah. Games Jam's called Red Dot, and I'll show you my working test map. Yeah. You're late for work, and your company has installed a lot of, and I mean a lot of, security cameras on your way to your desk. And so those are just debug lines. That's not part of the game. Must be Amazon, right? So, so the idea is don't get seen by these cameras. So you've got to kind of edge it, right? Cool. And if you get spotted, someone who came into chat recently had a good idea about having a bar that sort of fills. Maybe it's like a face recognition bar or something. That upon, I guess, completing, I wanted to avoid any kind of UI. I wanted it to be a bit more diegetic. So anyway, I wanted it to be originally that when they see you, there's this character that will then chase you through the hallways, which is this like futuristic service drone, what I'm going to call the supervisor, and he has like this ominous sound about him, right? Running around the corridors, and so your objective is to trigger a bunch of buttons to open a door, and then get into your office and sit down at your desk and get to work. At which point a camera comes on. It's just called Red Dot. Is the theme of the jam. So, Secret of the Mimic. Secret of the Mimic. Oh, it's a Five Nights at Freddy's thing. Unravel the mystery left behind by the reclusive inventor. That sounds cool, actually. Is that a book? What will FNAF Secret Mimic be about? Is it not out yet? I found a Steam page. It is out. It's $51. It's $60. Holy moly. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna make a game of that quality in a game jam, but I'll make a game of some quality. From Canada, yeah. Okay, right, yeah, and so this is our like layout that we're going to play with, and we're going to go into a final hallway of like a ton of these cameras, and we're going to have a dude that chases you around this office space, which is what we're going to build in a moment. I'm going to leave us looking at this, which is sadly the last 2 hours of work was spent just making these guys do cool things. I say sadly, it's a games jam. You kind of have to just build it because the way it is. At least for me. If someone kept saying like cut corners, I'd be like, well then we'll be playing a game with one camera in a square room. But there is a level where you there's a level where you get these cupcakes and you get too close and the enemy just sprints to you. Can you do the same idea with the cameras? There's a level where you get cupcakes. The pink cupcake, you get too close and the enemy just sprints at you. So I'm going to have that supervisor roaming the halls. And so... Oh, right, yeah. Yeah. I do like the idea of it bleeping. I do like the idea of the camera bleeping, like bleep, 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 like it's reporting your position to the supervisor. And basically, in the meantime, you're going to slowly hear that supervisor come in because his sound attenuation is going to be like in your ear, basically coming around the corridors. Yeah, I don't want the UI. Sound, and I guess I'd need to flash the lights or something. Something needs to visually indicate that you've been spotted, and so maybe these red dots on the actual camera aren't visible until you've been spotted. Let's have a look at. You've given me an idea now, and now I need to go and do it. Let's get rid of that. So I'm going to do that. It's going to have a delay of, I don't know if this is going to work, a delay, and it's going to loop. No, that didn't work. So we're going to play it, and then we're going to delay it, and then we're going to loop that. How long is that sound? That sound is long. It's not good. Why can't I open? What is this? Don't want that. Right. Okay. Show this. I need to do this. And it's warning number 7. I have Audacity installed. I'm just going to go and cut that up. Depending on how strong the AI is, you may need to add like a hiding spot near the cameras. Yeah, you're right. Well, the AI is just going to catch you and it's going to be like, you're late for work. And that's going to be like the end of the section. You sort of have to restart at that point. So yeah, you can crawl underneath the cameras. And the cameras aren't an instant death, right? They're like, it's going to bleep your position. And if the AI is like all the way down here and you just got bleeped all the way up here, that AI still has to like move down the corridors to get to you. And if it gets there and you're not there, which is more than likely, then you're good. But you have been spotted. I might do something where I kind of want it to chase you a bit, I suppose. So I might just teleport it to the nearest non-visible area to you, and then have it like come around the corner and chase you. So it's a little bit more impactful when you get spotted. And then the idea is you just run into any of the rooms and hide, because the AI won't go into the rooms. I guess it thinks if you're in a room you're working or something. Just hand wave contextualization. I'd love to turn it into a full story. I think a lot of people would laugh at this game that's like, have you ever worked in a corporate job? It's like a lot of people are going to be like, yeah, I've worked in a place. I've worked in a place. Okay, so now let's have a look at this. Yeah, so that feels maybe more like it's bleeping out your position to the AI. Hopefully that worked. We'll know when we re-import it. No, it re-imported it from an OGG, so we'll re-import that with a new file from the downloads. This one. Okay, cool. Okay. That's cool. Okay, so now changing the security camera, we will put SC warning on here, and we will actually play and stop that sound. It will not auto activate, and it will live on here. We don't need to play a sound at the location. Sound is now on it. Put this down here. Should probably give that sound some attenuation. So I'm gonna probably, yeah, I'm definitely gonna stick a concurrency on here of 1. And that concurrency needs to prevent new. Never stopped. Strange. He never stopped. That's some really neat scenes like robotic suit you wear to the tutorials. Yeah. See ya. Why is that sound still going? Why? Oh, right. Set followed. Yeah, of course. Find references. So we shouldn't. This is why we have setters. You should never call the boolean directly. That is a faux pas. We use functions because we can override functions in subclasses, but B, because we have a root to know what happens when that boolean changes. Probably also just like fade out for this. That'll do. Cool. So it's a little bit more ominous. Now there's no sound when they actually see you, which is a shame. Play sound application. I do want a sound that's like, hey! And then we'll just delay. The bad idea. We'll just play it. Let's have a look at the sounds that we had. SC camera spotted. Use that. What I want to do is put a little delay here. It just delays this by a second, and then I'm going to have to do a little can see player in here. We're going to need that, I think. I guess the problem with this is it's also going to fail if yeah, so I need to also ask if it's following. In fact, I only need to care if it's following. That was useless little function change, but whatever. All right, I'm gonna have a quick break. Let's open up the big company ArchViz map. Yeah, let's open up the maps for the big company. The next, I kind of need to change the order in which I do some of my stuff because we shouldn't really do the wandering drone, I would say, until we actually have a map. So do that, and then we'll also do the objective as well. File, export, go in to change this. Okay. So this is the big company map. We've got this little camera here, but we have our own camera. Own camera is significantly larger than their one. But it is a game about avoiding cameras, so need to change this to our game mode. And Do current camera location. Wait a sec, did I not save the change where I deleted? Yeah, they've got a guy in this elevator that I don't want. Then let's get this camera somewhere that might slightly represent what our game is actually gonna feel like. So now I'm noticing that my really cool red light just isn't strong enough at all. And so we need to change some properties here. Yeah, I likely won't have cameras staring at glass rooms anyway, because those are going to be the rooms that you hide in. So let's put this here. I mean, it's still massive. I could probably think about shrinking this down again, to be honest. It's not quite liminal yet, because there's just too much stuff. But we'll get there. It does have detail on the top of this guy, but it's like so small you can't really see it. Okay. Well, we're getting somewhere. I need... Oh, this is cool. This is very cool. But unfortunately, too cozy for a liminal game. These are perfect. I love these. These are my favorite. Are these actually rect lights as well? They are rect lights. Ah. These are going to be wonderful. I can't wait. I'm really looking forward to setting up the play space. But it doesn't actually look like we have like just corridors anywhere. Like there are no straight corridors in this project. What's this? Is this a straight corridor? Ah, nice. I don't actually know what the width of these is either, but we're going to get started on the corridor layout stuff next. You are too bright, sir. It's just whoa. Can I have a wall? This wall? No, just this wall. Wish it would stop doing that. Where's that light coming from? Go away. Creeping through. Yeah, that light is coming from somewhere. Is that one massive floor with a texture on it? No, it is a decal. Ah, thank God. For a second there, I was about to use my crap. We're good. The camera's massive. I need to shrink that camera. That camera. I gotta shrink that camera. I can't stare at it anymore. I can't do it. Shrink that camera before I go down. Grab a drink, etc., etc. Let's grab the arm. Just whoa. Okay, let's grab the arm and just say locked. We'll lock it and we'll just go to 0.3. And then we'll just move that back until we're at the wall. How's the cone is quite unfair, I'll call it. There's no sounds because the floor does not have any fizz mats, but that's okay. We will fix that. Oh, red light. Red light bad. Okay, well, it's a little bit nicer. I am curious if I'm going to be able to crawl under that. So yeah, I do want this, and I want to change how it behaves so that it closes afterwards, so that you get this moment of like running up to being like, "Open the door!" Whoa! Oh, that sounded like an explosion. That delay might need to be changed as well. Let's go. I'm in the floor. So a player walking around that's just like, there's no real. There's feedback, but there's no sense of like you're doing something wrong. I guess you're only going to know that you're like the consequence. Like, what's the consequence of having been seen? It's like the consequence is I get a loud sound in my ear, and then I carry on down the hallway. Meanwhile, a robot thing may or may not enter your view, especially if he came from behind. I suppose if you heard it coming down the corridors, hopefully that would help. Yeah. I will think on it, and I will be back in like 5 minutes. I am back and late for work. Hello, GRAI, Unreal Engine. Welcome back. I am sticking the face cam on, get rid of the BRB screen. Right, we're working on the office space now, so let's get started with that. First things first, I'm going to want to know the snapping size. I also want some music because we've run out of music. Okay. What is the size? If I drag this up, it's not snapping nicely. Let's go left. Take a look at this from the bottom. Oh. It's a lovely 320 units tall, which is brilliant. Anybody knows I'm completely lying. That's not brilliant. This is just a static mesh. Ah, it's just a cube with a texture on it. That helps, because I will now proceed to make it a normal size. It's locked. Okay, that was a bad idea. This is the biggest wall you've ever seen. Let's get it back in the office space here. By default, the cube is a 1x1 cube. We were playing with three, I think by 4, 3 units wide. So we were playing on a grid that was something like this. We also had a 3x1, 3. We had this. We may very well just steal the huge floor. If I scale this, is this world aligned? No. So this material is just exactly what it is. We're going to build our office space over here. We're going to gonna move everything around. I mean, I don't actually need this. I just need the walls. Okay. That'll do. And we'll work with that. We do need a ceiling. The ceiling in this one is this thing, which is kind of cool. Bit of a weird shape. It's a tiling material, so let's just bring this up. And we'll just steal. It's just solid white. Let's just steal this material here. We'll just put that on our ceiling. Let's just get one. Let's just get one corridor sorted. Whoop. That was the width that we were going to go for our corridors. Get rid of the roof for now. Of course, that doesn't line up. But what we should get is... Oh no. Let's make our walls 1 tile thick. And we wanted a 3 wide for the game. Means I should now... Yeah, sweet. Okay. Well, this actually goes out here. That might get some bleed, but we'll see what happens. And so 3 wide from here. 1, 3. A little bit short. It needs to be taller. So we'll grab these, make them 4 tall. I'm going to put this in a new folder. This will be this office. I'm going to move this folder to the root. Have a ceiling somewhere that is currently hidden. This one. Let's take this, and we'll move these to our office. I'm going to call this red dot underscore office. Can I color it as well? Whoop. Cannot color it apparently. Okay, anyway, so next thing I want to do is grab... I've got a bunch of lights. I want to grab the fluorescent ones for now. Grab this, pull this over. Put the ceiling up.
I've recently come to learn that a lot of founders and marketers don't quite know how to look up the competitors' marketing strategies. I personally like using this with the startups that I work with to look up what channels the top competitors are using to market their company, as well as finding...
No. Okay. I'm not going to worry too much about all the artifacts that we'll inevitably get using this lighting, because I'll be here for ages. So I am just going to build it and worry about lighting accuracy another day. Now, it doesn't have the right vibe. I need to find a reference image. So got a reference image here. I really want it to have this feeling. So let's work towards that. It's a lot of panels, and a lot of lights. So if I grab this light quickly and just try and get the barn door to work in the way I want it to, in terms of the angle I think it is. Yeah, so we get that. You get this vibe here. But it needs to be really angled. That's not... That was loud. Why can't I get a nice triangle? I want a nice triangle. That's what I want. If I go too much with this, I get more of a triangle, but I don't get... Yes, it's not great. Huh. It's just not doing what I want it to do, I guess. So these are cool and all, but they're not matching the reference. So let's go see if we can find the... Oh, look at this. Look at this. This is perfect. I want exactly that. What's that? What's that top element? I want this entire ceiling. Highlight this. Cool. Okay, I want that. Is this... This is probably geometry that's causing this cool effect, right? It's not just straight up geometry. Because yeah, it's just shiny white plastic. It's not a tiled material with like anything special going on. And then we've got these lights, and so they're just... Okay. Okay. So I could reproduce that by using shapes. You could do 0.5, 0.2. The best way to do this would be to use a PCG and then have it negate the lights whenever the light's actually in. If I stick this on here, oh, look at that, I get a beautiful light. Let's bring that. Whoa. Yeah, yeah, starting to get the right vibe. As for these walls, I figure what I'm going to need to do is sort of extend them out. To do something like this. And then grab each panel and just scale them 0.98. No, 2.98. 2.9. So yeah, now I start getting that depth in there. That's looking pretty cool. Now we're cooking. The cool thing about this, I think, is if I get it right, it is every N. And the other cool thing is I'm not using lights, I'm using lumen to light, which means I'm saving on a ton of like lighting complexity. Yeah, we got our gaps now, so that's expected. If I get the core essence of this into one tile, I might be able to, well, I will be able to make a reusable tile. And so 2.9, drag this over. And so yeah. It might need to be taller. I'm just making severance at this point. I'm just making severance. Okay. So it's either, yeah, there's no other way I can do it. I need the width because I need the camera to work, and in order for the camera to work, I need the space for the camera to turn. So the title of the jam is Red Dot, and I wanted the red dot on the wall to be really obvious. But because of the lighting scenario I'm using, where there's this quite bright lighting, I'm going to have to mess with the camera, basically. I need to have a red dot on that camera to sell the concept. So we're going to duplicate the red dot that's on that camera. We're going to put it onto the outside of our camera. On both sides, I think. And it's just choosing, like, is it at the back, is it in the middle, is it at the front, at the top, at the bottom? And then this red dot is going to blink. This red dot I'm going to hide. Ooh. I'm going to... What? You don't like that? This red dot's not going to be visible until it's looking directly at you. If it's not looking at you, it'll be turned off. So we've also got these side dots. This is, I'm just creating this because it's lost the identity of, like, the story it was supposed to tell. That the game's jam theme is red dot. You get it. You understand the reason. These ones I want to blink, so we'll create... Add a sign. Add some time. We will, I think, multiply the time by the sign. We'll have a switch param. We'll just blink. And if we're blinking, then we're doing this. Otherwise, we're just doing 1. And then we will multiply that by our opacity mask. No. No, we won't. We'll multiply that by our color. And so if I am blinking, yeah, it's fine, right? Yeah, 1 is good, or maybe 0.5 is good. Maybe what we could do here as well is be like min, or max, sorry, max 0.2, so it's always just slightly red. 1. Yeah. Okay. Create a material instance for that. And in this material instance, the default one does not blink. Yeah, I could scalar parameterize those, but I'm not going to. Not for now. I know what I want, so I'm just going to do it. Okay, so now yeah, that red dot. I see the red dot. The red dot is definitely in the game. Maybe I will make that speed a variable. And actually have that light. On the front be a faster variant. So it's like boom, boom, boom. Let's see. This is the sound, right? Okay. What's the duration of this? Duration of this sound is 0.97. So it should be the case that the speed is 0.97, and that will correspond. So we'll put that on the .i. It's one. Oh, I just pressed play from nowhere. Let's do that again. Okay. Cool. So that will summon the AI, and then you'll get chased. We need to create a standard hallway item, a standard corner hallway item, a T-junction. Like, we need to create a series of things. So let's just get started, I suppose. We have a wall height of like 5, is it? Damn, I don't know now. That's not good. 0. That is 0. That's our floor. Let's move it up. Okay, yeah, it's a 5 high. And then let's get rid of this back wall. Go back a bit and go to 3. That's our gap. We need, because we're going to bolt these together, we end up with quite a big gap. A little bigger than I actually want. So if I go here and go 2.95, feels a little nicer on the gap there. And then for floor and ceiling, we just need to take this, oops, down here. We're only going by 1 now, so we need to 1, 2, cool. Not going to work. Having a floor piece isn't going to work because this is not a world space aligned texture and I can't be bothered to change it. So we do have this light fixture that's going to be part of this. We may actually also to have a gap at the top and bottom as well. Okay. It's a black. It's black. It's like a black skirting around everything. Really dark. maybe if I make this... Good. Good. I want like a... I need that plastic, cool. And then this 4.7. 4.7. We get... Do we still get a gap at the top and bottom? Not a visible gap, so that doesn't work. 4.6 was probably good. Yeah, the weird thing is, it's like, in the reference, it's actually cut into the ceiling. However, for us, we're going to be taking it, moving it 100 units. I actually built a tool once that will convert this entire game to a HISM afterwards, which will be cool. Yeah, so we have all of this. For our corner pieces, we do need a solution for the corner. Because despite me wanting to, I don't think this is going to work. I suppose it's not terrible. Cool, the only thing that bothers me is you can't see the actual top. That's awesome. I need to do something to turn this. It can't be a blueprint, right? That doesn't make sense to use a blueprint. Maybe I can use a packed level actor, they call it. The new cool thing. Level. Create a packed level actor. External actors. Pivot type. Enter minimum Z. Sure. Okay. Create that in my level folder. We'll just call this PLA panel. With a BPP PLA panel. A blueprint? Unloading level. I don't know what's going on. I've not used PLAs yet. We're about to find out how they work or how they don't work or how they crash the engine or not. We'll see. Well, we lost that material. Did we lose both of our materials? Oh no, that material is there. Cool, okay. That's cool. An instanced static mesh, which is useless because it's instancing one asset. So maybe that's not the way to do it, and I no longer have the original to play with, so that also sucks. Can I have my original back? Wait, can I just right click or just explode? Look at that. I've got two meshes. That's cool. Let's have a look online to see if UE5 PLA system, multiple of the same PLA. UE5. Do PLA. Do identical PLA instance each other. I mean, just by looking at how the components are laid out, I can kind of say probably not. We do not have a panel. Oops. Means we can kind of build. Most of our office space can be built now. We have a layout. We had designed a layout. So we're good there. We've got our camera. We're going to need our enemy. The goal right now is to build the environment. I could just do it manually. I kind of want to save myself some time because it's a big environment. If I don't have to manually place every single one of these lights, for example, that would be great. The fact that these are not a HISM, like natively a HISM here, means that I'd probably just want to pack level actor this down later, and that will potentially save performance. I wonder if instancing it down messes with nanite. I don't think it's even going to do anything with nanite. We'll worry about optimizing it if we get an issue. So let's copy these, cancel this level, edit. Paste these back in. Okay, so we've got our working one. Could I use... I'm trying to think whether I could use PCG. Because I would essentially create volumes of all of my hallways and then just manually place down some tagged actors that cut pieces away. One thing, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. One thing I need to check is like when I do a 90-degree turn like this, and then I have one here, and I pull this over, what does this look like? I just have this. That's kind of cool in its own way. It's kind of weird. I kind of like it. I feel like I kind of like it. But I could also just edit the level, duplicate one of these meshes, bring it in. A little bit thick there on the edges. Ooh, what's going on there? Oh, I see. It's perfectly aligned. I want it to be that size of a gap. Like we're just gonna have to do it by eye. Oh, there's the issue that I was looking for. Right, so now this corridor is really thin. Although we can have some thin corridors. The point was to kind of put it there and hope that it's okay, which it kind of is. Hmm. I'm gonna end up scrapping my level design and just doing it by eye because this is actually quite fun now. Just make a horrible space. And again, this is why I kind of want to go the PCG route, because if I can come up with a logic that produces this horrible like office network space, then I would be able to randomly generate that at the start of every round. Yeah, it'd be pretty cool. But the corner here, yeah, we'd have a PCG that would negate that, and then we'd have another one here, essentially. And I guess sometimes these will be off or broken or whatever. Certain corridors, or I'll turn them all off in certain instances. I really want to do it with PCG, but it's been a while since I've used it, and I don't exactly know how I would. It's just a grid. We're just going to do it by hand. It's fine. Okay. So we've got our red dot office that has now only got 2 things in it. And then we have a bunch of PLA that we're going to move to a red dot office. Then we're going to click on this, give it an underscore, so that when I click on something like these and I go move to, it should be the first one in the list. It's not the first one in the list. Is it the last one in the list? It's not the last one in the list. It's just where it was before. Whatever. I'm going to start building the level. Oh yeah, look at that. It's the whole elevator. Yoink. And so what we do with these two is we go into modeling. Hopefully. First we go to tools. And we selection, actor, merge actors. Generate a single mesh. Red dot art SM
Pay pro painters with
elevator
Bear, you
wall.
can paint stains and primers at everyday low prices. Plus, same day or
I
next
specifically
day
asked
job
for
site
no
delivery.
adverts. You're done. You're done. It's over for you. Playlist. Copyright free music. With this now, if I press Ctrl B on it, it takes me to cube. So that's helpful. If I go here, get this handy guy. We can get rid of these two. Bring this back, and then we're going to cut. Then we're going to cut into this. And so I know I'm probably going to need to cut into this more. So SM underscore, I'll just call it wall. SM underscore elevator. What we do is we go into the modeling tools and we're just going to cut out that doorway. So we actually need to draw a cube where we need the cutout to be. But yeah, something. It's not crazy difficult, right? It's like that. It's pretty much just that. You grab this one. Model, maybe?
It's been a busy morning. Time
Bit
for a
one
spring
mission to
break.
class.
Oh, notifications always seem to come through when you've stepped away from your desk, don't they? Thankfully, I can use Trello on the go to make sure nothing slips through the cracks. Thursday kickoff sounds like a plan, Nick. I'll need to
I've
get my
lost
agenda
Boolean.
started for that.
Boolean is in here somewhere.
Let me jot
Oh,
some
maybe
time
if I
before
select
forget.
both, it'll give me the option for Boolean.
All
Just
right,
instances
we're back.
split.
Let's
Bake.
get everything lined up. Tasks for today, this week, upcoming meetings. Got it. Nice. My forwarded email and that quick reminder are both here. Love when everything is all in one place. Oh, another thing.
The order
Headshot
matters.
due by end of the week. Easy fix. No matter where I'm receiving a message, one
Think the
click
order
and
matters.
it's in Trello. No more lost messages. This reminder will go under today's tasks. Headshot, this week's task.
More adverts. More adverts. We'll see. Maybe this will have adverts as well. Yeah, that's just not working, so we'll cancel that. I can't change the size of this. I can change the rotation and I can change whatever this is. Also, I wanted to actually cut like this wall. This is annoying. Partially annoying because I can't actually see. So this is my elevator. This is my annoying wall that I appear to be incapable of removing a single cube from. There was a polygon. There was a Boolean operation. I'm sure there was. I take this. This should be a wide square.
Want to break into cybersecurity but don't have experience? The Google Cybersecurity Certificate uses real-world scenarios to teach you technical skills. You'll be able to step foot in your first job and feel comfortable and confident in the skills that you've learned in this certificate. Enroll today.
Look, you take the blue pill and you stay stuck, continuing to feel there must be a better way to run your agency. Or you take the red pill and I show you how to generate hundreds of qualified
Okay, so UE5 modeling tool, Boolean with 2 meshes. It allows you to perform union difference intersection. Yeah, cool. Where? Locate the Boolean tool within the modeling section. Model. Boolean. Apply Boolean operation to the 2 meshes. Yep. 1, 2. Selection includes engine assets. If someone was on stream watching me do that and didn't say anything, then shame. For shame. Also, for shame on me for not reading. 1, 2, Boolean. Accept. This now has a hole in it. That took way longer than it needed to take. So in here what I can do now is just put a player start point. It's a bad size. There we go. And then hit play. And then I've got really did not work, did it? Oh, I tell you why. It's because I knew about this and I was prepared. I was going to simply shrink this to the necessary size so that we can't see it. Apparently is microscopically thin. That should do it. UE graphics are pretty good. Okay, so now we've got a problem that I'm pretty sure this has collision on it. So let's go find that. Let's go. Let's go. Collision. Remove collision. Collision. Auto convex. Apply. You did a terrible job, Unreal Engine. An absolutely terrible job. Let's go 24, 24, apply. You did terribly again. Let's go like this. Hey, Athenis Kratos. This isn't working very well, is it? Let's do remove collision. And then add a box, and then we will scale the box. We'll just put the first one on the left. We will then duplicate it and move it to the right and duplicate it. And it looks like they got rid of the idea of scaling that or moving that box for you because they thought it was kind of helpful. It's never helpful. That'll do. So we'll save that, go back, press play. What's your problem? Why are you having such a hard time? being messy going on Alt-C. I think there's like an edge case where this cone isn't behaving exactly how I want it to. So I might need to redo. Oh, I might need to redo the collision on this guy as well. Show me the simple collision. And remove the collision and auto convex the collision. And just use as many hole verts and things as you need. It's probably a bad idea. You're having a real bad time there. Let's debug. I mean, this is... It's like one... I specifically chose to do a game with one mechanic, which was a bloody camera. And the camera is giving me all of the ball ache. Yeah, check this out, man. It's just like... It's so good. Like, all I'm doing is moving cubes around. I don't know what's going on with that camera though. So we're going to debug it. It's hitting... Oh. Ha! 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 I wonder if it's hitting the eye. Is it hitting these dots? No, it's not hitting those dots. Go here. I started on Unreal, now I'm getting used to Unity. Yeah, I actually need to learn Unity. Now I'm getting used to Unity, but I'm really a beginner. I'm still do not know how to code. Struggling to maintain consistency as in like an hour a day. Because I know the feeling. It's not failing, it's literally just... It must be... Oh. Yeah, okay, it is falling out. It's hitting the PLA panel. It's hitting the PLA panel. That makes sense now. I'm looking and I'm seeing that it's actually clipping the panel here. So, what we're going to do is we're going to do another iteration. And we're going to do a sphere trace by channel. I'm going to get this information down. I guess it doesn't care about direction because it's inherent. Yeah, I mean, if it's a hobby, like, I think that's healthy. Like, if there's other things you're happy doing, I wouldn't stress out about that. If it's like a career that you want to get into, then yeah, you got to be a bit more diligent. I mean, I want to lose weight, but I prioritize literally everything else over that. So, again, yeah, we just have to look inwards in disgust. Why can't you just do 1 hour a day? Yeah, I don't have any advice because I'm, you know, it's not an easy thing maintaining or changing hobbies or habits. Like, I have one of the worst habits that you could have, and so for me, like, I guess if I wanted to do an hour a day, I'd have to, like, I'd set an alarm on my phone. It would go off at that time. I would like have a space that I'm really comfortable in, where I'm like, this is the space. Someone said that there's like a psychological thing you can do, that if you miss it, you should sit down and think about how it makes you feel that you missed it, and then that like reinforces something in your psychology that helps you maintain the habit. Yeah, that's too big. Let's go 24. Okay, that works now. That's fine. We'll move it to the corridor it's meant to be in. This is where the game development for this jam is going to kill me, is in moving hundreds of assets around. That is going to be the true time sink, as opposed to just generating it and just drawing a map. Okay, so now you start the game, this door opens and you're like, oh, there's a red light. Okay. I don't like the red light. Ah, he's seen me. I might get rid of this mirror because maybe it's better in a cooked build, and we will find out. We will find out. That looks pretty cool though. I love that there's this like music going on, and then eventually I'm just going to cut that music and be like, it's not happy anymore. I am at dinner time, so I'm going to end the stream on this cool image of this awkward T-shaped lighting and go and think about how I might do the level with some form of generation, some form of hidden complex optimization, some way to speed up the process, because what I don't want to have to do is spend bonkers amount of time sorting it all out. For example, there's this room. This room's cool. It's probably the wrong shape and size for my needs, and it's got the wrong materials, but if all I'm doing is placing down my 4 rooms and then organizing around that, it might be okay. Like again, I don't like that that's the material on there, so let's have a quick play. We've got a hierarchical instance mesh and an instance mesh. Neither of them I can take. That's the wrong... Actually, that's probably fine. Color shiny plastic white. Glass wall brick grey. Go colored dark metallic. Let's just go wall white. And so, yeah, this wall in particular is incorrect. Then yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the green. Green? I want it to be green. I'm not a huge fan of this. Yeah, the design I had in here was that you have your initial hallway with your WASD controls, and then you see the light moving left and right, and there's a button here that you can turn the light off with, so that you can get to the first door to actually enter the game. And the first door here has a dot on the top, and when you press this red button, the dot fills and the door is openable. And then as soon as you step through that door, there's a door here with 3 dots on it, and so you're like, gotta touch 3 buttons, and then at least that's the hope, that the player kind of recognizes that that's the goal. And then they play the rest of the level, and this door locks behind them, and so that's just your tutorial. There's 2 mechanics in the game. 1 is press the buttons to open the door, and 2 is don't get seen by the camera. If you do get seen by this camera, which I mean, great if you don't get seen by the camera. I should probably make it so you definitely get seen by the camera. Sorry, no, that can't happen. If you get seen by the camera, though, you will be chased by an AI that will kill you and just say, you're late for work. That's the splash that we'll have. Yeah, then you go through this level that has, you know, a bunch of vibes to it, and you enter these rooms, which are going to be maybe these rooms, maybe. Or I'll just rebuild them myself. I don't know yet. I'm figuring it out as I go. And yeah, I can hear my kids about to come and get me for dinner, so yeah, you can see here that the dimensions are off. And, the reflections are cool though, so as I'm going through this environment, it's going to at least look awesome. And so I'm banking on it looking awesome. It needs to be food for the eyes, is the saying that I heard this week about my videos, because my videos have been very grey blocky. So we're going for the simplest tasty visuals, which are the sort of liminal space. Anyway, thanks for joining. Like, subscribe, Twitch or YouTube, whichever or both. Jump on my Discord. You can always throw requests in there. There's a channel in there to throw forum posts, and so you get to just post a idea, and then there can be a discussion thread around it and some links around like references, and I'll endeavor to explore those on stream. For example, one request could be how to learn Unreal the video, and I'll just talk about a video where I mention how I learn Unreal, where I came from, and what 10 years of my journey looked like, how I got to this point, where I'm at and where is next, and sort of like the hierarchy of learning that goes on there, whereas sometimes horizontal, sometimes vertical. By which I mean sometimes there's tangential moments where you don't learn anything. You just crank the handle, or you learn something completely separate to what you needed to learn. There's some interesting artifacts there with the glass. Anyway, yeah. I will be back in maybe 1 to 2 hours. Probably going to spend some time with my kid. But I do plan on coming back, and basically it's a games jam, and I want to get it done by tomorrow. And so I'm more than likely just going to continue this evening until the late hours, like 11, 12 o'clock at night. So that will give me a decent number more hours after, sort of like 9 till 12. So yeah, 9 p.m. PST tonight I'll probably be back on. And continuing with this. Thanks, man. Yeah, it was great meeting you too. I do like having people to hang out with. It's a motivation booster. It gets me thinking, it gets me chatting, gets me going towards the goal. So yeah, cool. Thanks everyone. See you in the next one. Peace.